Okay, so this is going to be a session of 6 rounds of Duergar battle, beginning with, and I divided all of the 12 main classes into 2 groups. One group consisting primarily of martial classes, and one group consisting of full casters and partial casters as well. I think maybe mostly full casters, or even only full casters, I forget. But some of them do have tendencies to do other things as well, like the Bard, for instance. So 2 times 6 brawl, and all of these classes, of course, have a subclass, and some of them might be a little bit non-mainstream. So that's probably relevant to quickly explain what the idea is. Okay, so the first round is going to be with the Bard, who is a Valor Bard, and the Valor Bard is well, it's not as good as the Sword Bard, and probably not as good as the Law Bard either. But it's going to be the basis for this. So with the stats, it's heavy into Dex and with Charisma as well. So it can do a bit of both things. And the strategy for this is to, of course, I've allied myself with the Duergar rebels, and I will be fighting with the help of them. And unless the class offers to, it's not going to be in the middle of things. So it depends on the various options that the classes have. The Valor Bard, for instance, is not very strong without allies. So I'm going to shoot out Nere, and then I'm going to be careful here.
What are you waiting for?
Think you could take me?
Baldur, can you hear me? Baldur!
Does not. You care for the weak. If he indeed is.
Damn right it's time.
Right, so we bring in
You owe my
Brithvar and
crew
his
10
rebels,
days' worth.
Strike him down.
which is going to be the case with all of the combat. Generally, what seems to happen is that both of the Mind Masters and Nere will try to mind control Kerr, and Brithvar, and what is his face? Thud. In the beginning, and generally, it's not my experience that the main character is ever attacked in the first round. Generally, right? Okay. Oh, I forgot to buff this, but that's not a big problem, I think. Okie dokie. Right. So in this case, probably we can help the rebels a little bit with a cloud of daggers, which is
Waste a step.
very, very, very strong. There we go. So we're just gonna move out here, out of the range of the archer up here. There are a couple of things that are scripted. That always happens the same way. Thrym wants to use her Thunder Wave in the first round. Kerr will always be pushed by, I think it's called Dralthar. Dalthar. So now Brithvar went into the fire. Yeah. And what happens with the dwarves is basically what is interesting in this, because you never know what's going to happen. Okay. Okay, so Nere went straight for me. We have more level 2 spell slots. Okay, so Thud went into the fire. Right, already it's looking very bad. Yeah. Yeah, of course things can happen that are more rare than others. Oh, we can't move. We cannot move. we can cast another one of these bad boys. There we go. And I'm just going to be hopping out here because I'm frightened, so we don't want to give away. Okay. This is a Valor bard. So it pertains to all of the full caster abilities, but it has high dex, so I can do other things as well. He rages in the flames. That seemed a little bit... oh, he's on them. Okay. Yeah, I generally try to go for this. If I can trigger the fight around the center, it's my experience that it's not that dangerous. I haven't tried to go all the way to the cave-in, for instance. So. All right. I'm going to utilize my combat inspiration here because that seems to be one of the things that this character can do to help out a bit. But it is a bad situation for Princechristopher already, so we are going to just play it a little bit safe in the background here. Yep. Yeah, they mind controlled they mind control, what is his name? Duergar, who has a bomb that he throws. And he spent the bomb point blank attacking me and the cleric. This is an example of a particularly bad outcome in the early fight. This is probably a 1 in 20 fight. In the bad, with the bad odds, not in favor of the rebels. We have Thud out. We have Brithvar out. Duergar Kerr is still up, but she's almost dead. And we have the two reinforcements, and of course Dana, who is not going to make much of a difference. And the options for the Bard are not bad, but also not particularly fantastic. Question is if we can... This is probably going to be worth it. Question is if this is going to be too expensive. I think it might be a little bit too dangerous. Okay, so we're just going to pop the blade bolt. Get a little bit closer. So even if I have contributed quite a lot of damage to the encounter already with the Cloud of Daggers, it's not really enough to make a big difference yet. So generally trying to kill as many dwarves as possible outside of Nere and saving him for last is my general strategy here. And of course the Mind Masters are particularly annoying. The archers as well, but not as dangerous. Let's see. I mean, I probably have time enough to... This is not a particularly strong action right now, so I think I am going to pop the sing action here. Because, oh, where is she? Where is Morgal? Oh, she went all the way up there. That was unfortunate. I didn't see. The expectation is that if it goes sour, I will call for backup. I will retreat. So it all depends on the class and the power that I have available to me. But Blade Ward is very strong for this, for sure. Cloud of Daggers, I mean. Cloud of Daggers is strong. Let's see. I am going to shoot him here because he is... This is how quickly things can turn, even though the two of the strong fighters on the rebel team were thrown into the lava anyway. Still, the rebels win. Yeah, obviously this is not a showcase of exactly how to do this. This is me trying to the best of my ability with the various classes, some of which I have zero experience, to see what works and what doesn't work. So for instance, I want to try to blind Nere to see if the psionic visages... They do. Okay, fair enough. They do. They do retaliate. Great.
There's an illithid parasite in that
Alright.
corpse. You should take a look.
So in conclusion, the College of Valor Bard, or probably any bard with Dex and Charisma, will do well here. Using Cloud of Daggers, particularly very strong defensive capabilities, lots of versatility, everything just works. And it's basically kitted out with things that are available to you before the fight. That will add damage. So not a very poor candidate. Alright, moving on to the next. Which is, and we're going to jump a little bit in the themes. We're going to go to Shadowheart. And primarily grouped in groups of casters and marshals. Primarily, it was very difficult to divide them or segment them further than that. So this is the best I could do. Yeah, and with all of these characters, being a coward is perfectly fine, unless you feel like any kind of kiting is out of the question. Okay, let's see. This is the Trickery Domain Cleric with, let's see, the Bow of the Banshee, which has been bought because it is a very strong bow and it can be used complementary to her, I feel. And let's see. Any kind of Staff of Arcane Blessing not relevant because the cantrips or direct damage spells are not going to be what is the primarily. I would have gotten the gloves that you get from Sevlor that increases the heal, that gives you Blade Ward to friendlies, because that could be very effective in keeping the people up. So that's a recommendation. Get that one. But we are going to add the Restoration Amulet here. And I do have the Ring of Whispering Promise, which I am going to use to help out the Duergar fight better. Probably... probably the Club of Hill Giant Strength is... No, it's not going to be stronger at this fight. Probably just +2 healing. Staying up, and of course we always have the Sanctuary spell that can help out with staying safe in case shit hits the fan. Shadowheart does not have a better shield. There are better options, there are better shields, but she doesn't have a better shield currently because she's an elf, so she doesn't get the shield from Priestess God for free. So that was something that didn't happen here. The Luminous Armor does increase. You know what? We're going to bring in the Falar Aloof, and then we're going to pre-buff with this. Right. So the Staff of Arcane Blessing is a very, very, very strong, a very, very, very strong item. Maybe one of the strongest for casters at all in this game. You know what? Probably we're just going to wait. So we're going to bring out Nere. There we go. And then we're going to shoot. Probably just buff now. And now I got a little bit closer, which is definitely not optimal. Brithvar coming in. But the initiative order helped me out a little bit. But that was a little bit dangerous going that close. Alright, so we do have allies. And so I actually think... going to sing to you guys. And that also increases saving throws. So let's get into this position here. Let's see what happens. Now we're not running away fully. And of course I'm going to summon a spiritual weapon. Just next to the Might Masters. That's going to annoy them. the precasting of things is it can probably be brought down to a science exactly how you want to, what the order of precasting things and whatnot needs to happen. So like I'm always aiming for the 90% optimal situation, because I don't want to give myself the illusion that I can complete it perfectly. Also because triggering a Nere seems to be, sometimes it triggers sooner, other times it triggers slightly later. So it's not always easy for me to kind of predict exactly what order I need to precast things to get the most out of it. So that's the reason why I don't do it. Because if you're referring to me losing a round, an action on, for instance, casting an offensive spell, then I prioritize at this point to get the Valor loop up, because it's a very strong action, and it helps out 3 creatures in the first round. Yeah, and Shadowheart has the Warcaster as a level 4 feat, and that this is in anticipation of Spirit Guardians coming up at level 5. Alright, let's see. At this point, we are going to harass. No, we're just going to attack here. In order for the effect of the luminous armor to really be strong, now we're getting the reinforcements. For the luminous armor to be really strong, you wanna group them up a little more. So I do have 3 targets here. Probably the mirror images. I am playing this as a support, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to support myself, and then I'm going to mass healing word to increase. Let me just quickly check what that does. The bless increases attack rolls and saving throws, and that should stack with the singing. That's what we're hoping for at least. Shriek seems to always be better than Sing, in general. And the reason why I'm choosing Sing over Shriek is because what seems to be the problem in predictability is how much effective damage time are the allies going to have. If you help them out with their saving throws against the Dominate, I'm expecting it to be a save. I don't know for sure, but I expect the Mind Master's Dominate to be a save. Then the Sing is going to increase the chance of surviving that, and the plus to hit is very strong, obviously. But expecting to hit, of course, Shriek will always be stronger. All right, let's quickly see. I think now we need to see if we can't just hit something. Going to trigger an attack of opportunity here. Then we're going to see if we can't bring down the Mind Master. It's now dead. And then just get back in the support position. That is my general strategy here. No, you're not Shadowheart. That way. Thank you. I'm just quickly checking. Everybody's good on hit points, and the bless is still up. So I'm not going to cast any more spells. But given the options with the Valor Louvre, I find that both options are strong. The Shriek seems to generally generally be better than the Sing version. If your targets hit, for sure, and if you know that you yourself are going to hit, that is probably going to be a lot stronger. The Sing is, I think, a very situational buff, and in this case, it made sense to go with that, because I can't anticipate how many gets mind controlled and what that's going to do in the first round. Contribution damage from Shadowheart is very unpredictable at this stage. Very, very unpredictable. That take away the movement. That took away the movement. That took away the movement. Okay. This is a very, very positive outcome for the rebels. It's practically a little bit surprising, and I don't know how much of it is Shadowheart's contribution, but they did survive a lot of pushes, and that makes a lot of a difference. She also has the invoked duplicity that will break the concentration bless, but the duplicity is very interesting. So we're just going to try that out, I think. The invoked duplicity gives all of your allies advantage, and all of the opponents have a disadvantage. Oh, it's only advantage for allies, yeah, but still very strong. Let's just quickly see if we need to heal somebody. Just going to heal Thud and give him a bless here. So yeah, okay. So, if your character is strong enough so that you know the character is not going to die, and I'm not using any healing potions, so for me that is a big if. But if I know for sure that my character is not going to die, I'm always going to shriek. If I know I'm going to be able to just face tank everything, great. That's fine, but this is not the case with this character, for sure, for me. That was interesting why Shadowheart was not hit with the retribution. That was very, very odd. Everybody else got a knockback from Nere's ability, but not Shadowheart. Now the pushing begins, and still the athletic checks are in the favor of the rebels. Which is a big unpredictability. Cannot predict that. And I think we are going to cast an offensive spell on this guy. Let's see what that does. Alright. So that adds 2 turns of radiating orbs. And we don't want to heal anybody at this point. And we don't know how much of the Valor Aloof hit that actually influences the hit on these NPCs. We would need to go and check out how much that adds to their attack rolls and how that influences. So in this case, he would have still hit, but it does add a bit. It's not absolutely worthless for sure. So how much exactly it does in the combined damage calculation is very, very difficult to say. And there is a copy, so we're not going to deal with him, but he's alone, so probably at this point we are just going to sit back a little bit and let the dwarves do the dirty work. Just not be in range of getting knocked into the lava. Oh, we also got the hit. Is that because the explosive blast from the legendary action, if that is targeted at specific enemies and then everybody in that specific range gets hit? Maybe that's the case. Let's see if he survives this round. Then we can check it. I think we can.
Another pack.
Shindilrin's shithouse. Time I scrap clan property. They come with us. Gnome pricks! You're off the hook! And there ain't no way up.
Alright. So Shadowheart is, in my opinion, a strong candidate because she is, support-wise, very, very, very strong. Even if she has a very poor subclass and whatnot, the support is very, very good. The offensive capabilities are also pretty good, but it requires that she hits with things. So the support seems to be a stronger overall choice, in my opinion. Right, heading into the Druid. This is a circle of the Land Druid, which is the caster version of the three Druid subclasses. So not the transformation Druid and not the Spore Druid. This is the third subclass, which is, I guess I'm also experimenting with this one. The setup here is also going to be support, like with Shadowheart. She does have a couple of very strong abilities like Spike Growth or Moonbeam, which I'm not quite decided on how to do it. I'm not invoking any special strategies like hiding behind the rubble and dragging them into Spike Growth there. Not saying that Spike Growth will not be cast, but that's not the plan. The plan is to play it out relatively simply the same way and then see if I can't produce damage, probably through Moonbeam, but that requires me to not die very early on. She also has a couple of transformation abilities that could be interesting. Spiderweb is a control ability. There are a variety of things that she can do, even though she's not a transformation druid. But yeah, otherwise she's extremely versatile, extremely strong, and can precast a lot of things, which I think we're just going to see. First off, going to cast the Rune Powder Vial. Now we're just going to check. Do we need to precast anything that costs spell slots? Nope. Yeah, could do mirror image. And then this one. And she also does not have the Sevlor gloves. We don't need... Yeah, we could do actually with...
All right.
this is not as much min-max encounter as a lot of other things in this game, because you have so much support from the dwarves. They basically carry the encounter for you no matter how you put it.
Bloody work.
Right.
You care if she indeed is a
And
true
of course,
Damn right.
elect to get
Strike
Druid
him
involved,
down.
Brithvar involved. And the fight is on, and we are first in line, and we have a couple of archers and Nere to get turned, so they will probably mind control at least one of them. And we don't have the Valor aloof, so that's fine. I think we are going to try to take hold of these guys with the spike growth. Let's see how that is going to pan out. This is going to be annoying for them. Since we have 3 targets, it feels like a strong action. And then we're just going to go slightly back.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
And we're not going to... Alright, let's see how this... Probably I'm going to take a hit or two. Nope. The gnome. Where is the gnome? Is that a Lunkbug? Lunkbug got hit. Yeah, he'll be fine. He just needs to get out of there. So the first round for the in terms of the control spell or in terms of the defensive spells is something you need to find out. You need to figure out what do I need in terms of defensive capabilities for the first round or the second round for that matter. How dangerous is it? Getting repositioned to this spot over here by the entrance seems to be good because that's where the reinforcements come from. So that seems to be a very solid defensive option. Okay, let's see if we can't make a very offensive action here. Probably what I want to do, I want to see if I get hit here. That's one thing. I do. I still want to get a little bit offensive here. And then probably I want to cast Mass Healing Word at this point, because that's going to buff all of them less. And then I think we're going to go back. And then I'm going to take a pounding next turn. And then the Joker is, of course, if Orgarth is going to come in and throw bombs at me. So we'll cross our fingers there. There are other options for damage than the spike growth. This was just something that was able to hit a lot of enemies, which made sense to me trying out. And it has already dealt a lot of damage. I can't tell exactly how much, but probably like 30 damage points or something like that. So that's already a good action. Okay, so Brithvar tried to push his friend. Okay. Yes, Moonbeam probably would have been a better choice, but like Cloud of Daggers has a very controllable range, has very, very strong utility, but yeah, I'm not necessarily playing everything like a guide would probably instruct people to. I'm doing it a little bit by ear to see what the classes can do and what kind of different outcomes we can get from this. Alright, so we still have the explosion from the volatile shield available to us. And Greyman is probably, this would not be a bad action actually. Alright, Greyman is not interested in... I am going to take the opportunity attack here. And then... healing. And going slightly back. Yeah, in case the combat ends, you need to quickly cancel the concentration. Probably I can cancel the concentration earlier, before the fight ends. But yeah, the Moonbeam for sure is definitely a better option. This was me trying it out, and it did do a lot of damage, but the Moonbeam would have potentially been a stronger control. We don't know exactly what the position was like all the time. So it requires basically to have two creatures being close. That's where you get most bang for your buck with more than one target. But since I have a lot of my spell slots, I can change my concentration spell if I want to. So that is probably not an impossible choice here. Nere is not really something you want to target right now. Greyman has a lot of hit points. I kind of want the dwarves to do the work at this point. Although, yeah. This is not a situation where the actions matter that much because the rebels are so far ahead. There are a couple of things. If Thought chooses to rage early, he's a very, very strong participant in this fight. For instance, if the rebels are not shoved early, that's a big problem for the absolutists. It's a little surprising that up until this point, the rebels have had it a little bit too easy in this fight. That is... At this point, let's just pick off a Moonbeam here. And see if they can't finish off Dalthar in the next round. And we're blessing Orgarth. Was that a friendly move into the moonbeam? Okay, great choice. Let us recast this. Here. And then we're going to move in slightly. And last level 1 spell. Put that on Morgul. She does provide value. The uniqueness of these dwarves, like one by one, and the magical items that they drop is fantastic. There are so many interesting items for all kinds of classes and builds within this single encounter. Both allies and hostiles have interesting items that you could use for things. Let us hone in and reposition the moonbeam. Very, very solid damage application. Oh, she doesn't have any more attack roll spells, then that does not matter. Let's see here. These dwarves are primarily dangerous when they're able to push you off, which I think I managed to might put myself in the danger of. But the pushing is definitely what makes this encounter what it is. And also Nere at this point is going to be able to... Oh, he's concentrating on this. Yeah, okay. So let's see, right now we have one dwarf and Nere and me left. 2 dwarves, Kerr and Morgul. Piercing, bludgeoning, and slashing damage. But outside of that, we can kill him with Moonbeam. Going to but the moonbeam probably is valuable if I'm willing to take hits from the boss. One thing though in this encounter, it trying to leave the fight with as many allies alive as possible isn't really like, it doesn't make any sense, because you might as well let them die and loot them, for instance. So you don't particularly want anybody else but yourself to survive if you can get away with that. Depends on how you look at it, of course. Alright. So let's see what happens here. I'm probably going to get a knockback. Yes. So I do get the knockback here, and I maintained my concentration. So that's what you need to be willing to do in this fight. You need to be willing to take that to take that retribution damage, which is dangerous. I mean, you can also get knocked off a cliff or something, so... And for instance, Curse... Oh, she's not triggering it, so... I am going to be able to use my Moonbeam again here. And there is no legendary action still. That probably has to do with the turn order. You just need to be absolutely sure that Nere is not suddenly running for you and killing you because you were within range of his attack. That's, I think, the most important thing here. And we're Gucci. Just going to trigger the dialogue.
They belong to the clan. They're coming with us.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Just getting the slaves in.
Squatties.
Right. The Druid is extremely versatile, no matter the spec. A very, very strong, versatile class that can both support and deal damage. For sure, a very strong candidate for anything. Now we're going to hop into the Warlock. Right. This is the classic Wyll Warlock with Fiend background, level 4 Warlock. Level 4 Fiend is an ability stat increase, so that's 18 Charisma for the Eldritch Blast. This is a very basic setup with the stat for Arcane Blessing to increase spell attack rolls through the buff. And then there is the Spell Sparkler that can then take the place after I have done the buff, which should enable Wyll to do damage. Typically, I like to get onto high ground to get up here to attack, which I will probably do as well, just to get an idea about how that works. Staying down here by the entrance still seems like the safer choice on a light armor user. That can be a factor if you want to be sure that you survive, because you want to continue your honor run for sure. But going up here is probably going to be the play for me here. Let me just check the items. Misty Step here. Yeah, so Misty Step is available through an item and through one of my 2 spell slots, and I need to choose one of them. Also, Cloud of Daggers is available to me. So before we go, we're going to do what the Warlock does best, and that is precast 2 spells, do a short rest, and then attack, and then start. Let's give it a go. Right. So, of course, we're going to buff with the armor of Agathis. Going to pre-buff this. And then, let me just quickly check. Then the bless from here. Jump spell could probably be interesting because it's free. And then we are going to blow the things to bits.
A quick dip.
Blast the thing to bits!
Attack.
Baldur, can you hear me?
And then we're going to move here.
You care if he indeed is.
Damn right.
Getting Brithvar in.
Strike him down.
Siding with rebels. Still hoping that I'm not going to misclick at some point. Right, so because that Wyll has a very low dexterity, he is in the chance of rolling low on the initiative turn order, which was the case here. So this means that the first round can be a little bit nasty. I am going to try and position the imp up here. We'll see. He's focusing on thought. That's a good thing. So apparently the archer up here can choose to attack the player character as the first round. So that can be interesting. But generally, it's my experience that they like to target each other in the first round. But let's see how that works out. At least we can gather some data on this through these 12 runs to kind of see how that plays out. He's going to attack me and ruining my concentration. But the Mistra Blessing still persists. The Mistra Blessing, which is the one we want. It only has 6 turns, but that is going to do the trick. So this turn I'm going to move up here. And then we are going to start bombarding these guys. Or are we? Let's quickly check. Let's attack our Might Master here. 95% hit chance. Suddenly that makes sense. Even with a very low damage roll here. Alright. And Fire Shield is not going to be activated now. That does not make any sense. Okay, let's move in here. This is in no way a big brain fight. This is not like, oh, I'm a big brain person, let me deal with this encounter. This pretty much solves itself in most cases, apart from the few times where it doesn't. And now Dra turns on me. So probably what I will do is I will try to see if I cannot engage. There is another dwarf that patrols the top ridge, and if I can engage her in the fight, that could be valuable. It all depends on what takes place on the ground. Now we have one Might Master down, and another one is taking a beating. And now already Nere is getting dangerously close to the stair where Wyll is placed. So staying up there like so is going to be, I think, a little bit dangerous. And Dra has too many hit points to deal with directly. So probably we're going to shoot and then run a little bit. And let's see if we cannot knock Thryn into the lava. There she goes. And then the jump, which we still have for 5 turns. So the jump is a relatively safe investment. And if Dra wants to shoot us, we can just pull him further down, which is fine. Yeah, so the fight is going to be between Dra and myself, so I am going to pull him down. Or pull her down, rather. Yes, and now she's in the fight. So now we have a one-on-one between these two, and I can choose to either participate in that one-on-one or say, F it, I am going to leave you guys to it. And probably it's going to be option number 2. So let's see if I can't jump out off here. That seems to be an option. So that means this is what I'm going to do, because I don't want to be in range of the... Here we go. Boing. And then move in and shoot Baldur here.
Watch and learn. Finding my way.
Reposition. Turn order. I'm not quite sure what the turn order in this case, exactly how that... The turn order, obviously you want to go first, but if you go further down, I mean, the experience is that the dwarves are not that offensive. But I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's right now, I don't think that Wyll is in any chance of being attacked, so I feel relatively safe. Feel pretty safe. And I've gotten reinforcements, and I've drawn Mirthas into the fight. And... oh, she's not in the fight. Anywho. Yeah. Dra is very crafty, obviously. The main thing is that with Wyll, I mean, depending on... I don't even know. I mean, if you... You want to Eldritch Blast at this point. And as long as you know that that's how that works, then it's a bit like having a fighter where you know what you need to do is to hit something. In order to deal damage, probably, right? So, at this point, I've brought a lot of guys into the fight, and I just need to participate. And the attack chance and the hit chances is pretty high, so that is very positive. Odds are, if you simulate this enough times, odds are that on average, Nere is going to survive with X amount of hit points, and Grayman perhaps is going to survive. Those two. That is going to be my bet on what would happen if you did a simulation of this 100 times without participating. Perhaps slightly worse, depending on whether or not the Stone Guard Kerr in the first round, she always gets pushed at least one hostile dwarf that seems to be scripted. So if that does happen, then perhaps odds are slightly different. But generally, this is my experience. Wyll is very strong for this, for sure. I mean, he's squishy, but he's very strong for this. Yeah, as long as you can hit things. Yeah. Of course, the general logic or the general science about applies. Of course, that the more people you are, the better your odds are. That is definitely impossible to get around. Let's just see. We have Dra. Where is Dra? Dra is up here. This is a clean-up job at this point. Mirthas is invisible, so she'll be showing up and killing him, I think, in a moment. Definitely. Right. So the only thing I don't want to do is put Wyll in any danger at this point, and he will be if I get involved in the final stages of this fight, because his images are up. So I don't want to get into that. I can cast defensive stuff like a Shield of Thralls on myself. I can also cast an Armor of Agathis, but at this point I'm just conserving my spell slots here. And they seem to have changed the AI on the dwarves here slightly, so that they don't immediately attack near once his images pops up. They seem to want to wait until they're gone, which is understandable. Let's see, huh? And the power level of Nere following the honor mode legendary power update is, I think, maybe he is 5 times as strong, or maybe 6 times as strong relatively, because he's invulnerable most of the time. Can I shoot him here?
Finding my way.
And we're keeping it 100% cowardly. No reason not to. This was not designed as a solo level 4 encounter. That is for sure.
Checking things out.
Just getting the
Another parasite. Collect it. It
getting
might
the
be
RP.
Shit. Time I scrap clan property. They come with us. Gnome pricks! You're off the...
Alright. Just going to move Wyll out here. Cancel the friend spell. And save.
That'll have to do.
And now for the final caster. Oh, wait, we have 2 more. Gale and Elsa. Right, so the wizard with the dual wield feat, Valar Aloof, and the spell sparkler currently. Also with the magic missiles, no restrictions there. So I am going to try these out a little bit to see how much of a ruckus we can make if we go close quarters with the Valar Aloof Shriek ability. That is the general strategy here. Let me just quickly check the gear. Mage armor up. Shield of Thralls up. Long Strider up. So we need the mirror images. Pretty much ready to go. Casting the Rune Powder Vial.
Personally rip her head.
one spark and it'll glow.
Recasting. Oh wait, we already used the Pearlescent action, so I'm assuming this is going to be the Amulet of Restoration, famous last words. Let's go and try this out. Recasting this, no doubt.
How opportune.
What are you waiting for?
And then the Shriek. Now I want to cast the Shriek slightly later. I'm very worried that the Shriek is not going to be instantaneously cast. So that is going to happen once I shoot this out. Don't want to miss any turns on that one, that's for sure. There we go. And hopefully that's in time. Come.
You care if he indeed is.
Damn right.
Strike him down.
Alright. And Gale has a lot of dexterity, so he gets a nice place in the turn order. Okay, so the Shriek is now up, and it runs for 4 turns, which is going to be very, very strong. So, although the Cloud of Daggers could be interesting right here, right? This is what we're going to do. This is too interesting. Let's just see if that works with the Valor Shriek. It does. That's not bad at all. And he does not have. He has another ring, so that could have been an upgrade for him at this point. But he can do. He's a jack of all trades. This guy. Let's see if he survives round 1. Look at that. This is the showcase for the Valor Shriek, right? This is the showcase. This is the very offensive Gale play as a wizard with no rules, nothing, and you can do it whatever he can. I mean, he can do whatever he can within the framework of no consumables, and it's a very versatile class. The class has access to all of the spells, so it gives you some access to some of the best abilities available throughout the leveling process, which is in this case very clear. With the Cloud of Daggers and everything going on is very strong for this. So already with the Falalu buff and everything else, the damage is like, I think, beyond 40. Maybe it's even higher than 40 damage. So yeah, it's definitely above 40. And a very offensive poison spray, removing my spell. So Grayman is he's famous for going after the player, so I'm probably going to frighten him. Which worked, so now he's going to be in place. And then I'm going to face... Oh, I didn't see that. Face Thrym here. Right. So now Gale is in a less favorable position. I'm not going to recast the Cloud of Daggers at this point. I don't even think I can hit 2 targets. Can I? I can, but this is Brithvar, so let's just check this. So I could hit Grayman and Mindmaster Funmara. That might be the play here, because alternatively, Magic Missling is not going to be strong enough. Let's do this. These 2 guys, maybe. Man. At this point, we're going to play it a little bit more safely, and also we can still help out here with the Shriek. And she moves out of the Shriek. Gale has not enough survivability at this point, even with his 3 charges of mirror images, that I want him to stay all the way in the middle at that point. And also because I'm pretty confident that one thing that's within the scripting of Grayman is to go offensively after the players. That is consistently my experience, that he will, if possible, attack players. It might be incorrect, but that is my experience. A very difficult target to hit there. Alright, so let's just see if I have any turns left in the Shriek. Do I have 3 more turns? Probably you want to wear the Psychic Spark Amulet if you want to make the magic missiles very strong. Alright. He's stunned there, so how about... I wonder if this is going to be very dangerous. I feel like trying it out. And then probably run back. So now Stoneguard Cur is out, and there comes the bomb. There's the bomb. So Greyman is just taking a beating at this point. And he's staying within the Cloud of Daggers, so that's going to be nice. I'm assuming that with the wizard you can do this in a lot of different ways, because you have access to so many spells. Even at level 4, at level 5, obviously it really takes off, but even at this point with the defensive and the offensive capabilities, and you can do basically what you want, and it will still be strong. I mean, even if I had a pure magic missiles focused build and only did that, that would be strong. Cloud of Daggers obviously is very strong. But very atypical for me is that I've not had to escape in any of the fights up until this point, which I don't think is going to last. So Nere, no thanks, don't want to do you. Greyman is going to die. One more turn on the Falar Louvre, which is not a very interesting situation right here. Probably going to the back to fight with Thud and Brithvar is going to be more interesting, so let's try that out for size. Oh. Are they currently two hostiles on the ridge? Okay. And this was not planned, but the Shriek is, as shown here, incredible. It's an incredible ability, obviously. Probably always better than the Sing, right? Probably always better. Alright, I just want to play around with the special ability that the Enchanter Wizard has. It seems to be pretty worthless. But why is my character going that way? Oh, because now I'm... Okay, thank you very much, game. Not enough movement. Alright, at this point I'm going to be a little bit more conservative with the actions. Target is too close. Going to blast this guy.
Good. Again.
Getting a little bit of healing. I'm just going to try to hypnotize him here. And he saves. It's a long rest ability, and it seems to be malfunctioning. Not from this case alone, but from my experience. Because what it is supposed to do is to work a little bit like Charm Person. But that seems to not be the case. And it also seems to instantaneously aggro whoever you cast this on. It lasts for 2 turns. It can be recast indefinitely, I think, on the same target. But it seems like it's broken currently. Is that like a graveyard down there? So already at this point, it's a trivial encounter. If you know more or less how these dwarves behave, and you know how much to push out just a little tiny bit of value from your. Do I want to do that? I don't mind doing that. Let's just go. I do hope that we get at least one encounter with a lot of unfortunate pushing, or well, a lot of unfortunate results from the pushing competition, because then we get to a situation where I'm not going to be able to overcome all of the enemies, and in which case I will need to flee. That's right now. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. I'm not going to try to force it, but I'm going to hope for that. The psionic visages are down, and I don't know if I can magic missile before they come back. Probably I need to. Let me just heal up. We'll see if the first magic missile. No, it doesn't. Great. Triggers after. Yes, we'll see. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. All I can say is that it seems like I'm allowed to use my magic missile. And look at all of those damage riders, those damage numbers from the spell sparkler. Generally, the magic missile plus the spell sparkler plus the Valor Louvre enables you to do stupid damage. Where is the NPC that I am supposed to talk to? Here he is. Come on, Brithvar.
Time I scrammed before clan property. They come with us.
I think I messed this one up. Thank you.
Gnome pricks. You're off the.
Right. And you can also just hop straight to Grimforge. That does not trigger anything bad And then you can cancel your friend spell if you have that enabled. And then everything is available to you once you hop back in. And the final one, of course, is Elsa from Frost 5. Because Elsa from Frost 4 died a horrible death on offline to something I don't want to talk about. And Elsa still suffers from the general penalties that she's a Frost sorceress. Still struggling a little bit with what other spells to allow for. I think I have the magic missile here, but I don't intend on that carrying me. So I'll switch that out next time she gets a level up, I think. Alright. So where are we? We have our imp out. So it's here. We have an armor of Agathis, and she does not have access to the Shield of Thralls. She has 2 illithid powers. So that is the situation with her. As far as items go, she doesn't have a special bow, which I don't care about at this point because she's has a low dex anyway. This seems to be the amulet power. Oh, she doesn't have magic missile. No magic missile. Okay, that's how that ended up. Anti-charm, if that even works. Crusher ring. Probably Hellrider Pride to do a little bit of help with the allies. Gloves of Power are not going to do anything anyway. This is going to be one of the harder caster fights because the way that I set it up, she doesn't have any really good offensive abilities for this. It's going to be a game of chance probably. So we'll have to see about that. I think we're ready to go. And this is the last of the 6 casters, the way that I sorted them. And then we have the marshals.
Deadlier than ever.
What are you waiting for?
Fronting this. No one back home will ever believe this.
And she does not have the Valor loot either.
Baldur, can you hear me?
You care for the... If she indeed is...
Bring in
Strike
this one.
him down.
So changing this around and siding with Nere could probably make this, maybe make this more interesting. And I'm not currently allied with him, which is unintentional and also a problem, really. We blinded the Absolute, but I did not talk to him before the fight. But that means I'm not going to be able to use my mass healing, which was my intention. Anyway, let's see how it turns out. Probably that can work out to your advantage. If you're able to kill some of the otherwise friendly dwarves, probably you can get more XP that way. And she has the Warcaster feat, so she is able to cast the Shocking Grasp. And I expect this to be the worst out of all of the classes. Right. Let's see. No AoE abilities, only single target ability or meta magic abilities. So taking the Ray of Frost and double casting it, for instance. Or shooting with my bow. Regardless, staying close to these guys is not going to be interesting for me. So I will be more dependent on the dwarves for this one.
Have to keep going.
And Grayman is going straight for Elsa here. So I know that she was adjacent to him or very close to his starting spot. So, and that's fine. But I mean, a lot of the other dwarves are very close to where you spawn and they don't engage with you. They always attack the other dwarves with this particular setup. So that's why I'm very suspicious of the Greymon programming. I think he's intentionally programmed to be after the player character. That is my expectation. That was a very good round against Kurt right there. So I wonder now that the other dwarves are not that the eye was because that I didn't report to Brithvar about the eye. Now I'm very curious if the other dwarves around the area, if they are actually friendly or unfriendly to me, if they will join in or not join in. I mean, we could probably go and try and trigger Merthas up here to see if that's the case. But this is going to be interesting for sure. Alright. There is no way around the opportunity attack, and it's better to take it. And then we can run the shields. And then we want to see how can we help the guys, girls. Probably we can do that by spending some sorcery points. Oh, that was there was an invisible NPC there that got hit. And see, this will not heal the non-allied, this will only heal the allied. And I think I am going to give Dana a bit of hit points here. And a Blade Ward, obviously. That is going to help her somewhat when Grayman comes running. That's also thought was very late going into the rage. Always a problem. And he's dashing, that's fine. Becomes a little bit more blurry with the non-allied targets. But none of the good guys, quote unquote, have been pushed off just yet, so there is still a chance that this is going to run without any problems. And currently, the reason why I'm able to deal any kind of damage with this character is because of the Arcane Staff Blessing. Which is my argument. This is maybe one of the best items in the game for a caster. If not the best. What are you doing, Orgarth? Are you throwing bombs? Who did he manage to kill? Okay, he destroyed a lot of sausages, that's fine. No worries, Orgath. Okay, so... Right, so he spent his action, that means... He's frightened for 1 turn. And the Ray of Frost rolls very low, so it's the throughput of a character without strong level 2 spells is potentially weak. And I mean the magic missile obviously is overpowered, but without Cloud of Daggers, without Moonbeam, without some sort of spell that deals guaranteed damage with a saving throw, you're going to be in a worse position unless you have some other means of dealing damage. The cantrips here are simply super weak with all of the support from the Act 2 items and the levels on the Sorcerer. So it's a very, very, very weak character right now. So you can of course increase that with a bit of dexterity. I mean that helps. I wouldn't advise running a 12 dex Sorcerer at any point because it's just so weak. But this has to do with the no respec and the gloves of dexterity from the crash. So that means that creates a very weak character. But with this encounter, it's not generally not that dangerous.
That won't work.
Oh, won't work. It works just fine, man. Come on, stop it. There is no throughput with this character, none whatsoever. But this is because it's a thematic character that has no real like either value or this. It's basically just a thematic character. So that's why it's a little bit weaker. Oh, and he is currently... So now is the question, do you want to participate? Probably not, because I can only make things worse at this point. Attacking Nere and triggering his visages is not going to help out in any way. They are going to kill themselves. So let's see how many dies and how that influences if I can kill some of these neutral guys for extra XP. So I actually wonder. Oh, too much. So what I don't want them to turn against me. That's going to be a problem. But I wonder if I can kill Brithvar without that happening. I do have invisibility, so in case shit hits the fan, I can leave, and probably it's only going to be temporarily. Let's just try this out. That's XP. No complaints from anybody. I mean, it is what it is. Honest mistake. But the 75 experience point per dwarf is very, very valuable, so... Probably... Wow. 1 hit point. And perhaps an extra kill here. Let's just do this, right? Come on. Critical miss. Damn. Let's kill him. Oh, he's okay. He's. Let's kill him.
There's an illithid parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
All right.
Shh. It's time I scram. They belong to the clan. They're coming with us.
And the great thing about this guy is that he just runs off immediately. He's just like, goodbye. Whereas the other guards like to just hang around. All right. So that concludes the casters. That concludes the casters. And I think I do have time. I just need to make sure that I can do the other 5. The Barbarian, the Ranger, the Fighter, the Paladin, the Rogue, and the Monk. One moment. All right, I am going to be rolling with the. Let's see how far we can get with the martial characters. So we have Karlach built as a wild heart barbarian with the elk heart, meaning that she gets the advantage of the charge ability with the primal stampede, which is arguably very strong, actually. But let's try and have some fun with that in this fight. She has the great weapon master all in here as her level 4 feat, which is probably a bad idea. But this is where she is, and she has the Valor loop as her weapon, because this was the best weapon that I could get for her at this point. Probably I could get better weapons, but this is what I have, which she will wield with both hands. So let's just see where that takes us. And she has all the buffs available. She has the Lock of the Far Realms with the favorable beginning and the transfuse health, which does not help her in any way. And Lock of the Far Realm must take a long rest. Which, yes, game, we are, because we don't have any rage charges either. So that's probably a good idea. Hello, Wyll.
You infringe the man.
By book, you really are no dev. I had
Truce?
I see the.
All right. Let us throw the room part. Let me just check the gear setup. Anti-charm. They don't seem to charm you, do they? Not as much, at least. Okay.
Prick's got some nerve. Clean up this mess. Here dies. 1, 2. One spark and it'll blow.
We are dipping.
Potiony.
Shooting.
Need to learn the hard way. Baldur, can you hear me? Baldur!
And shooting.
Up 2.
You care if she indeed is a
Damn right.
strike him down.
And we're fighting. For reasons absolutely unknown, Kerr is not in the middle of the room. She is now at the entrance of the room. She's coming with Brithvar from this angle. This must have to do with the turn-based that I set up. Okay, we're going to rage immediately. And that was the bonus action. So now currently no action. And I'm going to position myself over here.
In my thrall.
So dead. So Karlach is going to get a barrage now. Does that mean she's going to die? So I just need to add that up to see what happened here. So Karlach was hit for psychic damage from the visages. That was unfortunate. Which means I'm going to play this extremely defensively at this point. 10 psychic damage. Poison spray for 17 damage. So that can happen. And then something else as well. Alright. Alright, so the Stampede is going to takes it's an action. We're not going to go into that. So probably we're going to jump over here. Boing. And then Stampede away. And then see if hopefully Baldur is not going to target us. We'll see, I guess. Alright, so Karlach is up. She does not have any means of getting hit points back because she doesn't have the Shield of Thralls, and I can't heal myself through any means, I think. Which means I'm in a very poor position. Probably need to equip a shield at this point. And need to hide, unfortunately. The main thing is staying alive. It's exactly how you stay alive in this is kind of secondary. Thank you. MVP. That's the bomb. having the Falalu running and not being able to really use it for anything is extremely frustrating. Going in without a shield is probably not a good idea. But even so, a lot of the damage was not damage that I was actively taking. It was kind of more. So even with a very, very poor performance in the early stages of the fight, still I managed to survive. Obviously not going into the fight with Nere here, but just shooting a little bit at him. Oh shit, I didn't see the shields on. Let's move out.
Never have come here.
At this point, probably Nere is going to come for me, and I need reinforcements to survive. So I'm going to retreat a little bit back to the archaeologists. Survivability seems to rely a bit more on a bit of RNG in terms of what happens and what doesn't happen. It's my experience. So the fact that I got burst for all that damage was of course partly my fault, but not fully. So I just need to take the consequence of this is to run away with 5 HP. So I need to be very careful that he doesn't do anything. So he is going to be whittled down by these dwarves for sure. Slowly but steady. with the aid of potions and elixirs and anything else that helps contribute to the character's performance, this would have played out differently, because I could have had some big potions, I could have stayed in the fight, and it would have been over by now. But because of the rule set with no consumables, that's not possible. So I do need to rely on more cheesing. Sadly. So there we go. I'm just going to do the RP and then
there's an illicit parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
Object, a thick layer. Let's turn down the fire.
Just curious.
Infernal metal. This can help damage patch up my engine.
Okay.
Honk honk.
And then I'm just grabbing this RP with Brithvar, and then I need to take a break.
Shit. Time I clan property.
Oh wait, there was a barbarian option that I didn't choose. Okay.
Gnome pricks. And there ain't no way I'm sticking.
There we go. This is the first melee, and it went really bad, tweeted. You can check the VOD later. It went very, very badly. Okay, so I'm just going to load up the next one, and then I am going to take a break. This is the remake of my first ranger that was originally a Dragonborn, but that was particularly bad, I felt. So now I met I think it's Drow Ranger, but we'll see. And it's a Beastmaster, so it's not a Hunter, it's not a Gloomstalker. It's a Beastmaster, which is very, very strong as well. So I have very good high hopes for this. Currently I have a spider summoned, which is interesting, I find. I don't even know if I can position this guy. Can he climb? Oh, he can climb up the ladder. Can he? Can't get there, but he can get just around. And then I'll save the game and take a small break. Just need to look after the baby. I will position Mr. Spidey up here.
Have a lot on my mind, and well.
And no other summons. Okay. So I'm just leaving it on with the equipment, and then I'll be back. Come to think of it, I think I will use the melees first to have like a concurrent, like one melee after another. But I'm just currently on baby duty, so I'll be back. I am ready. Let's proceed with all of the marshals. And I think I was ready to go for it. What was the Astral Wisdom? Yeah, that's whatever. I think we're ready. Casting the Rune Powder Vial. And for this character, I actually also went ahead and got the anti-ethel buff from the hag, because, you know, no Shield of Thrall, so might as well get extra hit points with this character. And I just need to sort of First Blood. It's maybe not going to be that strong even. It's not going to be that strong. This is going to be stronger, I feel. This is what I'm going to do. I'm shooting.
What are you waiting for? Show no mercy.
Baldur, can you hear me? Baldur! Can't or tear!
Someone else to free me. You care if she indeed is.
Damn.
Strike him down.
And the worst initiative at all. I have 10 decks. This character is basically a shit show. But let's see what happens. Still, this is all experimental. For the fighter, at least, here. And now, currently, there are only hostiles. And they're still attacking each other. It's a very big deal. If you have no initiative on your character, that can be a very big deal. And I assume for some specific encounters, it can even be problematic. So that's going to be something that I plan on investigating with this character if it ever makes it anywhere. Oh, what was that? That was not intentional. That was a reaction for riposte, which needs to be asked. Okay, 14 damage. Anyways. Okay, let us start pounding on anybody, really. Where did... Greyman is there, which I'm not a huge fan of. Still want to kind of make it... Let's see. Why not attempt to disarm Greyman? Seems like the most meaningful action here. Aggressively attempting to disarm him.
That won't work.
That's the only thing I was worried about. I saved. Still a lot of damage. So for the best. And now we are in... Okay. I mean, already this is dangerous, right? Because staying next to Greyman is dangerous. Perhaps the initiative... This is something I'm a little bit worried about. I hope I don't get the bomb in this round. A friend of mine told me that in Dungeons and Dragons as well, you always want some dexterity. Do I want to riposte him? No, I don't. Thank you. And then he's coming for me, the bastard. No, that seems a little bit random, to be fair.
Again.
This is a problem. So the question is at this point, oh yeah, do I run. I take the opportunity attack, and I have to run to be sure. In a moment, there will be bombs, so that's dangerous already. But it's very obvious to me that if I was adding healing potions to this, just healing potions, that alone would make a major difference. Major difference. And then I could use the Voto ring and add the plus bless for the attack rolls as well. That would be a major bonus. Adding weapon oils, everything that helps me hit in the beginning, even with high chances and you miss, still it's better than not having the best chance. You cannot get enough of it. The animation when they get up is just fantastic. But staying in the middle of that arena with this level 4 character would not be a good idea. I'm not even sure if the Eldritch Knight has better damage. Probably there's a strategy to not popping the Falar Aloof Shriek buff too early, because if you wait for Dana to come in to join the fight, she's level 5, so I think she has like 5 or 6 magic missile slots that she will send off, and that damage just increases like a lot with the. So do I want to jump into this? Probably I do. Let's just destroy this guy.
Use your Lithid potential.
Yeah, thank you. Sergeant Thrim. I still want to move a little bit. 30 hit points hopefully is enough. I could have gone forward to assist Dana, but I feel that as in that situation where if they target you and it's dangerous, then it's not worth it. So the next one would be the Paladin, and I'm assuming that he is going to be more active in the fight than the other melees because of the burst damage. The reinforcements show up during turn 2. So, yes, you could pass the first round to get wait for the reinforcements if you want to. That's always an option. They will come, I think, around in somewhere in turn 2. But it all depends on what you feel is necessary for your run to be safe. One more turn for the Shriek, but it runs out now, so I'm not going to go in. But I guess like sword and board, like a shield and a one-handed sword with the Shriek might have stronger implications in the fight, because you can more safely be in the fight and still contribute a lot. But my contribution here is just jack all. Okay, nobody knows what that was. That was very weird. Let's see. So currently Nere is the only one left. Dra is hiding over there. Yes.
Heretic! You should never have come
Let me just check. I don't know if that's rage specific. It's just a rage. They're basically wall hacking. That's what happened there. It's kind of scary. We can't participate here, but I can shoot. So shoot this one. And then we have to wait. I mean, do I even want to hit him? No. Could keep some of them alive, but does not matter. Try to disarm them. Mark first.
There's an illithid parasite in that corpse.
We'll all be... Shin, time clan property. They come with us.
None of these persuasion rolls have gone wrong yet. This was the first one. I wonder if... Do I want these? I probably want these gnomes. Even though the soldier background is so horrible. Alright, and then I need to wait 100 turns for the silence bubble to clear to be able to talk to these guys. Alright, so next up is your worst nightmare. Well, the Paladin, I assume that the Paladin, because the first Paladin I had through this actually participated a whole lot and was actually pretty good. So I'm assuming that it will do better than the fighter for me or the barbarian. And this is not saying that either the fighter or the barbarian are performing poorly. This is the situation that I was in was a situation where they could have performed better, I have to say. And maybe it's a spec, maybe it's a weapon choice. It could be my own fault. Alright, so the Paladin's a level 4. Vengeance Paladin. No, Sterno. The Ice Mage didn't make it. She was killed by the monks. There's a VOD up. You can catch it. It's a bit of a shit show. Okay. That was a series of poor decisions on my part. That is something that was a bit of a learning situation, I have to say. Alright. Hellrider's Pride. Yes, I'm using these to kind of auxiliary heal my friends here. This is the strategy for this. Alright, let's go. The Paladin is also one of those classes that have so many so versatile. So many kind of special things that they can do that just helps them out like a whole lot. Yeah, we're not precasting. That's fine.
Strike him.
It's fine. I mean the sorcerer died, but it had to die because it was a situation that I had to experience in order for that to not happen again. So I talk at length about my thought process afterwards. So if you're bored, you're more than welcome to go in and watch the VOD. But otherwise, I can talk about it at some other point. But for me, it's basically a learning process. So I wonder here if I want to. No, I don't want to spend my concentration just yet. But I do probably want to. No, I don't want to do this just yet. This is where if you buff yourself with this one, you get advantage against everyone. That's what it does. It's for 10 turns. We're going to try this out. See what happens. So Dana is already making extreme usage of the Shriek. This alone, I think this is what Rita talked about. This alone, for the fact that all of the allies already in turn 1 gain value from the Shriek is very, very, very strong. So that was a little bit odd actually. What happened? Just thunder damage. Okay, so third was maybe he was that was weird. Divine Smite, no. Still saving the spell slots. Did I take that one as well? I took that as well, okay. Okay, that was fortunate that I didn't take it twice. Was Brithvar a witness? It's very odd. Okay, so now already I am in the mix. I have my Vow of Enmity up, which means I have the advantage. Okay, this is this is a little bit stupid. Anyway, so now I have permanent advantage against all enemies. That seems very, very buggy. But let's just try to proceed with the encounter. I want to get a little bit back. I could go for Thrym, but I'm a little bit worried about the amount of enemies that can hurt me in this round. Or I use the healing word here, which is that enough? or an action even. Probably I want to trigger the attack of opportunity. Okay. And then I'm probably going to spend an action healing him.
Time to push my luck again.
And then I'm going to bring my concentration to bear with the Hunter's Mark, I think. And then crossing my fingers. Just to use the bonus action. It's a little bit difficult to say if it's a good or a bad idea to just always use your bonus action. If it's a resource that you care about. So we need a couple of good rounds with damage and Mirth has joined the fight as well, so it's looking very good already. Damn it. This is very, very annoying. Alright. So I want to get this requires concentration and it triggers my bonus action, which is not okay. Because we do need a heal. And then I want to try to get a hit in here. Let's just blast him. Okay, so he almost dies, right? So it's a very expensive spell slot at that point, but because for various reasons I am going to pop it. I think any class suffers from being heavily pressured. If you're already on the defensive and you run the risk of dying on the following turn, you're already at a major disadvantage. But just a few good turns on the Paladin and you can do so much damage. Oh, already feel like this was a good decision, all things considered, because now the numbers are really turning on the absolutists. Right. So reapplying the Hunter's Mark. In. I'm just going to. Okay. Fair enough. This is a particularly strong combo. The Falalu with the Paladin early game is just insane. Absolutely insane. Even if it's a one-handed weapon being used with versatile, who cares? Very strong. No, stop it, please. Do not do it. Longsword, good actions. Is that the rush attack? I don't know what those actions are. But probably we need to do a little bit of heal here. And the temporary hit points, 26. I still don't want to attack near. Going to shoot this guy. And then, if I need to do anything... If I go to this location, is this going to be bad? I feel like I want to try this. Even if he does some retribution on me there, I still think I could contribute a little bit. Rush attack is actually better than I first anticipated, because you don't need a target, you can just rush attack. Well, I knew this, but the effectiveness of it I didn't know until I started playing a barbarian with the elk charge, which is relatively similar in mechanics. Yep. But that's an interesting observation, Ginger, because mobility or movement obviously is very, very important. But just want to check one thing with these psionic visages. When the caster struck. So if I reapply the Hunter's Mark to near, that is not going to be counting as a strike, meaning that the visage is not going to disappear, but I'm still going to get the blast, which is completely worthless at this point. So I am going to spend turn to GTFO, because there's somebody else to kill over here. And then this is where the charge comes in. Let's go. There we go. And that is the longsword ability that you're talking about. We still have hostiles up there, we do. Dra is still on the loose. Yeah, okay. Oh, all the way down there. Fine. The healing action from the Paladin is phenomenal. Nothing less. And he still has his copies out. It's Did I put myself in harm's way? I did. What just happened? Okay, so this happened. This makes me a little bit happy. This actually happened. So one of the few things that that is dangerous by getting on top of this is getting knocked off in this direction, and this can happen. I was 1 meter away from dying, so.
There's an illithid parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
And looks a little bit like.
What's up for discussion?
Drac.
Okay, so the RP is not playing. Anyway, saving, moving on. Right, so those were the melee. Now we still have one left. Let's just quickly see. Oh, we have Astarion and Bilbomonkins. The Paladin performed well. The Ranger has not been played yet. Just going to go for the Monk first. This is a class I know nothing about outside of my research for the Githyanki monks, but it does a mixture of things that other classes do as well. Alright, let's just quickly check what's available. Okay, these three. So it means shield. And the key points, which looks to be. Just want to be sure that I need to do the long rest before I do this. I think there are more key points.
But you're dead. Were it not. You.
So this is a pure monk with the elemental subclass. Dexterity based and wisdom based. And going over all of the stuff makes no sense. I myself am not fully familiar with everything, but it's a halfling and stuff. Or is it even a gnome? Now I'm currently confused. Lightfoot halfling. Alright. Let's quickly check. Gear. Corellian's Grace. From the Witch. The Hag. Hunting Shortbow. Boost of Speed. Gloves of Power. No movement speed ring on this character. Let's just use the Invis then. Alright. Let's head into this.
Maybe I should. No.
The monk seems to be a partly unpopular class. And before I say anything that I am going to regret saying, it seems very strong as well. So I'm not precasting anything here.
You care if he indeed is dumb. Strike him down.
Alright. So high initiative, and we're just going to beat the living crap out. I didn't precast the Shield of Thralls, which was a mistake. But hopefully that's not going to be a problem here. So as a bonus action, you can move away, you can disengage and stuff, and you can jump as well. So that's kind of the mobility part of it, means that you can get away from a lot of situations. The way of the 4 Elements Monk have 2 different elemental attacks. Also the Fist of Unbroken Air, which will knock back things like so, which is extremely strong and requires these key points that I have 5 of. So even though it's 2 points, it's enormously strong. And you can also attack with a bonus action with Flurry of Blows and just really pummel your enemy. So let's see how much damage we can do to one of these guys. Currently not engaged with this one, but I'm going to fight this one, even if it brings me closer to Corsair Raymond. Yeah, you can even defensively use this, which is probably a good action. Alright. Okay, so prone. And then we can either bonus action with this for free, or I can bonus action with Flurry of Blows. Let's go this. Okay. So that does open up the monk a little bit to attacks. I could have gone defensively. But a good offense here obviously is also good for defense. And again, Greyman is targeting me. So it frequently happens that the second Greyman gets his turn, you get into trouble. Or well, he goes for you in one way or the other. Grim is just having a blast. I'm actually not 100% certain how the Valar allude, how the weapon equipping a weapon, how that interacts with the monk damage. But it doesn't seem to be like every time you use a melee ability, like an attack ability, it seems to be that ability. I can do a main hand attack, which is with my weapon, but I can also attack normally, which means that in principle your weapon can be a stat stick. This is what I'm assuming, without knowing. But we'll find out if this character lives long enough. So these are bonus actions, and I need to GTFO after this, so maybe just a normal attack. No. Let's try this. Okay. And probably I just want to take my chances here with Greyman. Do your worst. Okay, fair enough. Oh, he gets baited by the push. Fair enough. I think I'm in cover from draw, I think. I'm not entirely sure, but that was the intention. Please do not attack. Okay, thank you. So there was somebody who was invisible. So I think I'm actually going to be invisible. Where am I going to go? Going to go on my way. And then
That won't work.
yeah. I am playing the monk a little bit more aggressively than I normally would a martial, but I'm trying out to see how far I can push some of those early game advantages, and it looks like they do have some, like a lot of oh shit actions, I guess, is how I would put it. This is actually a bit of a bad situation. Oh. Okay, maybe it's fine. Yeah, it's definitely fine. Okay, we have no more key powers, and Greyman has a lot of hit points. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend my action here.
Good. Again.
And then go this way. Yeah. He is very self-sabotaging. Imagine one of the options of getting rid of Horsehair Greyman is by pushing him into the water on the raft. And the other option is to fight him in this arena where he's just a monster. Okay, so the opportunity attack is with a weapon.
Again.
Okay, we're just gonna hang out up here. Yeah, that's a bit of the odd thing. I would assume that all of the absolute loyalists are part of the same group, and then obviously they're all afraid of the absolute. But I would assume that Greyman always sides with Nere. But I know that depends on the choices that you make. It's weird.
Use your lithid potential.
Are we getting a barrage here? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that would have been like a mini boss if that was the case. Okay, so is this actually a little bit dangerous? Is this potentially dangerous? Yes, it is. It is definitely potentially dangerous. Maybe actually one of the things that you could consider banning for your playthroughs would be the boots of speed. This single item is just, it's just mechanically too strong. And with a monk you can move, I don't know, 2 or 3 screens because of the extra added movement, and then that doubles up. It's just, yeah, breaks the game in a way. It also takes away other interesting boot choices. I think that's even worse when an item is so good that it takes away other choices, like other options that you could have chosen and do interesting things with. But then you have the option of like indefinite movement. And then the choice becomes a little bit more easy to make. So I don't know, do I... I don't know if this was probably a very, very poor tactical choice. If anything, overconfident. This looks to be a perfect placement of the silence bubble.
There's an illithid parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
Pretty much. Brithvar is unable to interact with me. Oh wait, he is. No. Never mind. 100 turns of silence bubble. Okay. So the last melee is Astarion. And I predict that he's going to be a bit more effective because he has the ally advantage on the sneak attack and whatnot, so I assume that he's going to be stronger. Or generally in the higher tiers of like in the early game. And then the ranger, and then I'm done with this segment. Okay. So first blood and steel forged sword, not very interesting. And I picked dexterity, it seems, for my ASI. So that is what's going down. Gloves of archery, or the caustic band, and the arcane trickster subclass, just to spice it up. And I bought the bow of the bench as well. So the let me just quickly check. Do I need a long rest for this? I don't think that I want a long rest for this, because then I lose the happy and the refreshed, and that is not going to work. So we're just going to blow the things to bits. Oh wait, 1 second. Oh, we already used this. Okay. Let's see. No, none of this stuff I want. This is what I want. Okay, so throwing.
Yes.
And then I just need to check one thing, if I can actually like crouch or do something in terms of.
What are you waiting? Baldur, can you hear me? Baldur!
No. Just going to get in combat.
You care if he indeed is
Dump.
strike him down.
Right. Okay. So one of the few things. Oh, I do have the vampire bite that will enable my habit, but getting the refreshed the debuff from the Wyll would not be a good fit for this fight. Also, I don't have Longstrider, which is a mistake, but shit happens. Having the sleep spell is not too relevant here because it doesn't really interact very well with high hit point enemies. Tasha's Hideous Laughter is not a particular strong choice. But let's see what we can do. Okay. Everything is because there are people watching everywhere. So first off, I do need to make some kind of decision. I think Grayman is going to come for me. So I guess I probably want to get high ground.
This way.
And fight this one up here. And probably take a little bit of a pounding next time. This looks like a very, very regular first round. We push, fail. And all of these things like in the first round, they just really matter. And then the ensnaring strike, very lucky. Saves. So that's always a little bit of a risk. I do have a Misty Step that I can use to get out of harm's way, but it's... Oh no! Did they just throw Grayman all the way out? In the chasm? Well, it wasn't Grayman, it was Thud and Dolvar. Okay. So some of these dwarves, if they get pushed into the chasm and their loot is lost forever, that can be detrimental to your run if you expect to use some of those items. And I just thought Grayman was the one being pushed and already bought his bow, but still it's... That's a problem. Alright. Alright, so I think I'm going to be like a little bit aggressively going for this guy. Because I think I can.
They will know a bit.
I mean, as long as you can participate in the fight one way or the other, like either by healing or by anything basically, then it's making a lot of sense. And now I'm ensnared. So let's see how I can get out of that little problem there. I have no idea what's going on here. What is going on the ground? It's not going particularly well right now for the rebels. It's going a little bit mid. Okay, so I'm currently, I can move. I can still move. Okay, so do I engage this guy, girl? Yes, I think I can. Probably still engage here.
A better position. Leave no trace.
Do I have disadvantage? Is that because I'm too close? Alright, that was enough damage.
Outmaneuver them.
Are you still watching, Ginger? And if you are, stamina times a million. This must be hella boring. Like I really wanted to do this because I wanted to kind of shed light on the fight, and I feel like a lot of reliable things can be said about this encounter. For one, it's not difficult. That's kind of like objectively true. You don't have to kind of, I know that you can die, that's always a possibility, but like you can reliably, almost with all classes, survive. At least survive. Let's just see. And now we're moving into the... Yes, thank you. Boing. Look at that. 19 damage. 21 damage. And, yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Great to have company. So I feel like reliably this fight is not hard. If you go and you collect various items like the Valor, Louvre, or something else that you can pick up along the way for free, then I think you're in a strong position. No matter what, no matter how poor your character's built. And now this is just like, this is crazy. The amount of death by pushing here is ridiculous. But even so, even with the more meaty encounters where things are not being shoved quite as effectively, still can I even hit anything? I can hit near, but no thanks. Yeah, let's try to hit Graham with that one. Like casual 20 damage per hit. Come on. I mean... Like the rogue early game is just very reliable, which I think is also why a lot of new players, when they play the game and they go and comment on the game on Reddit or wherever, they like to talk about how their Astarion is dealing all the damage. I've heard that so many times, without knowing why, right? But just that the damage is very reliable. I don't even know I can just, no, I need to have advantage. Is that because of the range, or is that because of the hiding? Okay. Right. Look at that. Look at that poor guy. Yep, but this is the early game. This is the early game. This is the value of the character in this particular encounter. And I'm even playing the worst of the subclasses for this, at least at this point. I'm not using my spells for anything at this moment. And the character's just working. And I know that there was a little bit risky fighting with the archer at the top of the ridge, for sure. Was that Grayman? Is it? Is that it? Is that... Grayman left the arena. Grayman left the arena. Yeah, so, yeah, obviously, the mechanic for the sneak attack either requires you to have somebody threatening or being close to the target that you want to attack, otherwise it doesn't work, or you need to be attacking from a stealth position. And this fight, this is always the case, so it's a very, very strong character for this. So I sneaked to no avail, so I'm going to cast a spell instead, which I should have cast earlier on, but I'm not going to go down there just yet. And this is Kerr and Brithvar. That's very iconic that they are the ones left. Yeah, of course that happens. Of course. This probably is going to be one of those runs where I actually am going to go and get reinforcements. Unless, of course, I can kite him. But I don't think so, because Nere always pops his psionic shields or psionic visages when he doesn't have anybody else to attack. I could have attacked that, for sure. So that was a mistake, definitely. Oh yeah, and then comes the sound. Oh, they disappear now. Yeah, I'm playing this a little bit aggressively and also a little bit autopilotty. So I should have attacked when she does her with the cantrip there. It counts as an attack, and for that reason the psionic visage spawns. But when she tried to attack with the attack roll ability from Guiding Bolt, and she missed, then that does not count as an attack. So right now she's going to prompt the visages every turn. She's just going to own him with Sacred Flame, apparently. Mercilessly so. Immune to sleep. Oh yeah, he's an elf. What if... What if we use a little mage hand there? Okay. And the psionic visages are up. Can't sleep him as an elf. There is no real way. Okay, that was not intended.
Quickly.
No more psionic visages. Yeah, it was getting a little bit ridiculous. The devil foil mask cannot be thrown as a weapon. Okay. Again, I guess just having a javelin maybe. We'll see next turn. This seems to be an eternal struggle. Oh, this is piercing damage. What about the torches? Are they on fire? If I click. Okay, I'm just changing position for no reason. Okay, finally it's over. Okay, let's see. So I don't actually know if this is going to count as... It does. Okay. So the mage hand can actually kind of participate as long as it's effectively threatening. It can kind of participate in the combat, but it's still kind of stupid.
It's time I scrap. They belong to the clan. They're coming with us.
Time for the last one of these, and then I am officially tapped out of BG3 energy for the day, I'm afraid. Let's see. Jesus, the last one is the ranger, and I'm expecting this one to perform very good, very well. But yeah, there are lots of weird things that you start to realize when you do things a lot. You realize some things are very odd. Like, for instance, like the amount of time that near misses is incredible. Like these guys were just locked in 101 forever. Okay, so the ranger is Beastmaster. I have a spider up here that is totally ready to. Let's just stealth it up, and then. Just going to give this a couple of buffs. Maybe just the one. I have a sharpshooter as my level 4 feat. And it is not my plan to make this ranger particularly weak by any means. It's already seems to be a very strong base class. And it's my first time trying it out, so I'm just playing it by ear. One thing that I do want though is, if I have the money for it,
Be the part with coin and jog on. Don't want to miss any of this.
is the bow of the Banshee. Maybe if I add those in. It's not enough.
Come back.
Come back. Let's just check. We have the money. Bow of the Banshee is going to make a difference. Sell this stuff. This stuff. So purchasing from Grayman before you kill him can be necessary. If he gets yeeted off the platform and he dies a horrible death, then you don't get your loot. That is definitely a problem. Yes. Sell.
Come back.
Okay, let's go.
What to do? On my way. wish to live in more interesting times.
Yeah, and this is also my first time playing a Duergar. So for those who know the Duergar very well, they know that they're very strong, and I see that. I think I'm wearing the wrong boots.
You care if he indeed dump. Strike him down.
Okay. Short sword of the first blood. Kind of. He does get his attack of opportunity here. Okay. No? All right. So this is where yeah, the enlarge buff from the Duergar seems to add to all attacks, like ranged and melee alike, from what I can see, which is absolutely absurd. Like 1d4 extra damage for all your attacks. That's very, very strong. What just happened? He jumped down? Did he voluntarily jump down? Oh, that was because it was coerced, so the enemy forced him to jump into the lava. Big brain. Okay. Yeah, so we're just going to harass this guy. Should have added the all-in. This is something like when you're not used to playing with specific talents or feats, that's what happens.
Light on my feet.
But regardless, what seems to work like on the broad side of things in this fight is if you move to the entrance where the reinforcements come, you're in a better spot than if you do something else. And if you're dealing a ton of damage and your allies in the middle are not being coerced, then yeah, sure, you can stay in there and just wreak havoc. That's fine. But if you want to, if you had to give advice to somebody who was struggling a little bit with this, that would be my advice. Go to the entrance. Wait for the reinforcements and fight with them. So let's just see. I think we have dark with vision, don't we? Can't we just shoot him? Oh, we need to move out. That was annoying. Okay, so it seems like he's just throwing above the cloud of darkness. The darkness mechanics in this game also seem to suffer just a little bit in a lot of ways. Because either it's abusively strong or it's not really working. None of these fights have ended in a situation where I had to flee. None of them. This is very irregular. I think that from my experience... Well, one of them did, and I had to get the archaeologist. That's true. I forget which one was that. That was the barbarian one, where it was very difficult for me. But any class that deals a lot of damage at range performs well, if that's what you choose to do. But see, Ginger, this is if we are to like talk about how is it, how do you deal with being level 4? You go into the Grimforge, you make sure that you have inspiration points at that point. You go straight to Stoneguard Kerr and talk to her, and initiate the eavesdropping of the conversation. You make sure that you make a deal with Striker Deer with Brithvar, and then you go toss the eye, and you go collect the explosives from Philomene using the invisibility trick where you move the barrel, and then basically everything is free outside of the initial DC 10 persuasion check or whatever that is, or deception check with Brithvar in the beginning. And then you have all of the requirements for doing this encounter, and you don't need particular weapon setups, you don't need specific characters, you just need the fight to happen with the two factions that fight each other. And that's basically it. And then it... Oh, is this dangerous? Yes, it is. Oh, the spider took 12 damage. That means we can summon a new pet. Enter bear. Alright. We can attack this guy. Obviously, there's no saving yourself from double crit in the first round, like the situation that happened with your character. That's not possible. But and this is infinitely more easy than dealing with the first Grove raid, where the RNG is absolutely extreme. So in the first Grove raid, it's practically random if you win or lose. Of course, some like the Wyll Origin has it worse than anyone else, but outside of that, it's random. hunting is always fun. And so it's, and then it's clean up. And then depending on the turn order, it can be easier or harder. Sometimes the turn order is so fucked that one Brithvar's last stand, that one attack is just, for instance, now do I attack? No, there are two images because then the other image will still be there, and then Morkel gets a turn, and then he will, you know. Let's try to attack. What I want to see something here. I want to see what happens. He has one image left. Now she gets her turn, and she's silencing. Yeah, okay. And then he is losing it, and he's attacking. But that still means that his reaction has been restored, right? Stop it. Legendary action. Nere can immediately cast one himself. It's available. It is available. Okay, so I do get an attack on him here though, which I will take.
One day I'll catch a break.
Do I want to kill these guys? Probably I do. They are just angry. All of them. What? So I like the fact that the concentration for the ensnaring strike, that's absolute. You always have the concentration.
It's time I scram. They belong to the clan.
But it doesn't always work. So it doesn't inflict the ensnare condition, the ensnaring strike, but it does. You do concentrate on it,
squatties.
which is not that important, but kind of weird. Guys, that was it for now. Phone call, so I will see if I will be back.